Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
Well, good evening. Good evening to Wit. Welcome to VP4 TV, and we're back here for more Friday Night 9 Ball. And the good news again is we've got yet another full house. 16 in. The bracket's already up. I've already chosen what match we're going to watch, and that's based on what Slim just said earlier on. He said, nice full field again for Friday Night 9 Ball. Only question now is who's going to finish second. So Slim thinks he's in with a chance. The bad news for Slim is that the bracket has got him playing Spectre Dawn in the first round. So if we go top to bottom, we've got Mr. Bill against Jezdev, Larry against Christian, Stefan against John Boo, DJ Simon against Crow Dubrovnik, LS3 against Tommy, Chimpy against Semi Pro, Slim against Spectre Dawn, and Brainful out against Travelling TT. Races to 7 on the winner's side. It's Moneyball handicapping, of course, as usual. And it's a race to 4 on the one loss side. So that's the match we're going to be watching. The one between Slim and Spectre Dawn. There's some other good first round ties there as well. So we'll pick out what we think is going to be worth watching as the tournament goes on. So the other bit of good news is we did some 3-ball testing the other night. It went fine. There wasn't a problem. That's the good news for that. Is Steve's now looking at upping the ante and maybe increasing it the next time round. Whenever that's going to be, we don't know, because he's got a few bugs to fix as well within it. Nothing major. Just some of the information in the stats was not coming up properly. That's one of the things he's going to be looking at. He may well have fixed it, I don't know, but he's got work to do before the next set of testing gets underway. So welcome everybody. Let me have a read at this chat. I woke up this morning at 4 o'clock and I could hear a noise. And you know when you're half awake, I was getting up to go to work, and I thought I could hear a noise, and I got downstairs, and there's blue lights everywhere, and I looked out the front door, and about 4 doors up from me on the opposite side of the street, there was a house fire, and apparently, I mean, I saw the end of it. They were hosing down the house. This is in a terraced house, so there's houses either side of it. And there was people standing out in the street, and there was 3 fire engines there, 2 ambulances there. And I still haven't heard what the outcome is. But apparently my next door neighbour, I spoke to her, and she said she got up about 2 in the morning and the flames were gushing out the top level of this house. So I don't know whether people survived or whatever. I've been trying to find out information all day, but that was the only thing I heard. But it woke my neighbour up. I was sleeping like a log. I was none the wiser. But the thing is that every house has got smoke alarms in it now, so the smoke alarms would have been triggered, and then you would assume the people would have bailed out. Anyway, that's enough of that. Welcome everybody. We are we're probably knocking on the door of the match rooms going up. Well, I wonder if this one's going to be as quick as last week's, because last week's was probably one of the fastest Friday Night 9 Balls with a full field in it. You never know, it just depends how the matches go. But the quicker the better for me, because it means I get to bed sooner. And the other bit of information that I meant to show you there, if you were turning up late, have a wee look at this. We know that the cribbage World Championship starts on Friday the 8th of July. There's still plenty of room to get signed up for that if you want to. It's on the home page. The rooms are up, by the way. And there's also a snooker challenge, which is due to start on Sunday night. I've got it round about 6 o'clock. It may be round about 7 o'clock. And it's going to be between Semi-Pro and MC Clarkey. The World Championship final distance, race to 18 over 4 sessions. That would be 3 sessions of 8 and a final session of a possible 11 frames. And I'll be live streaming that as well, starting Sunday night. So that's something to watch. If you miss it, it will be on my YouTube channel anyway. So now, without further ado, let's get into the match that we said we're going to be watching, and that's the match between One Pocket Slim and Spectre Dawn. And my voice is beginning to go again. I'll need to change the colour of the cloth, but we'll wait until the lag. And Slim's at the bottom of the screen, and Slim's won it. And settings, miscellaneous, and there's balls going in the break. Well, the thing is that what you don't want to do is to increase the number of people that can play in Friday Night 9-ball, because it just means that then the tournament goes on way too long. I know it does. It got to the stage when I was doing Sunday snooker, I had to set 2 snooker tournaments on a Sunday to run back to back sometimes, because you couldn't have, 32 people in a single night tournament. And snooker went on for 5 hours some weeks, and Friday Night 9-ball would be going on far too late. I mean, it's late enough for me as it is when it finishes. But as I say, if there was going to be an overspill, then the one thing to do is to run 2 side by side and let the overspill sign up to the second one. I think 16 is a pretty good maximum for a tournament that's to finish on the night. I think anything more than that gets a bit crazy. So Slim at the table, and well, he just has to get good onto this 4-ball, and he's got a good line in the 3 to do it, so he shouldn't have any issue there. Now this is dangerous. He doesn't want to bump the 9 and push it towards the 7. And he's fine. He was straight enough to be well away from that. £8.50 per gallon. I don't know. I just put about £40 in mine the other day. The price is getting ridiculous, but then if you've got a car, there's nothing you can do. You have to pay the asking price. I simply wouldn't get to work if I didn't have fuel in the car, as many people wouldn't. So Slim's going to get first blood here. By the way, it's a no handicap match this. I forgot to look at that. Two ball in the side pocket. And the 1 ball is in play. Only major problem here is he's going to have to get right into the cue ball with this dodgy angle to try and get it back off the rail on the right side and onto that 3 ball. Well, he's got a fluke. There's a bit of luck. Just when you need it, he got nicely onto the 3, way off the mark in the 1 ball, but they all count, whatever way they go in. Good evening to Mark. Oh dear. Well, maybe Spectre Don will be thinking justice is done there. And Spectre Don should have a nice line on the 3 ball off this, not the 3, on the 5 ball off the 3, I should say. Sorry, I forgot about the 4. 4 still in the middle of the table. Well, Glastonbury's underway. All the hippies and everybody are all happy. Oh dear. First one of the night. Slim has been reprieved. Ball in hand. Again, he's just got to get nice on this 5 so it's easy to stay on the 6. And that'll do it. There is a ringer in the Cribbage World Championship. Who's that then? What? Who's the ringer? I haven't had a look to see how many signed up to it yet. I don't think there's any more than 13 at the moment. Oh, that's an expensive trip, Mark, going to Glastonbury. I mean, much is it for a ticket? About 200 quid or something like that, probably for the weekend. And then you've got to buy them like two years in advance anyway. It's every second year, isn't it? It's not every year they have Glastonbury. It's every 2 years, is it not? And I suppose McCartney will be glad he's still alive, that he got to be the headline act tomorrow night, because I mean he was meant to be there 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whenever they had to cut it because of COVID, and he's now 80-year-old, and Diana Ross can't be far behind him. Where's this cue ball going? I think the last time I watched, where's the cue ball? The last time I watched the final, the headline act at Glastonbury, it was the Rolling Stones. That was good. I enjoyed that. Well, it's 2-0 to Slim, and it should be 3-0 in a minute, the way things are going here. Just a nice little angle to get down into the gap between the 9 and the 8, or maybe beyond the 9 if he wants, but he doesn't want to hook himself behind the 9 like this. Now, it's an easy kick. Problem is he could kick and go in off it, so he just tried to roll dead onto it. And I think he's got him corner hooked, has he? Yes, he has, I think. Well, no, he hasn't, not quite, but you can just see enough to get away. Now, I wonder if Slim's going to be enticed by this 6 ball being off the rail and trying the old bedhead cut and then up and down. Yeah, he's just got it. And what a nice collision. I don't know whether he hit the 8 or the 9 there, but it doesn't matter. He's landed plumb onto the 7. Now, I think he just wants to jab this cue ball back the way where it came over to the right side, unless he wants to run it a couple of rails. But to me, the simple one would be coming just back. Well, he's letting it run. The pace is nice. What, was that no the guy that quit in Friday Night 9 Ball last week? He was ranting on about Shooter's Pool during the week. I forgot his name. But Bankster got a fluke against him and he bailed out the door and we never saw him again last week. Well, there's a result in straight away, and C.R. Dubrovnik hasn't turned up. He signed up but forgot the tournament's on. Aye, Slime Ball, yes. Yeah. Very little time for people like that. If that's the type of people that's playing over in Shooter's Pool, then good riddance to him. He can stay there. Well, it's not looking good at the moment for Spectre Dawn. If Slim can get himself... Now, he's got two ways to do this. He can either come right up the table and play the 4 onto the 6 or try to get right in behind the 4. That's not bad. Yeah, it tells you it's better, but he's no in there. I think they probably booted him out of there. That's why he's ended back in Friday night in Virtual Pool 4. By the way, did Steve give a proper excuse as to what he did to break VP4 earlier on today? I couldn't get in for an hour when I got home. Oh, aye, that was the other thing I meant to mention. If you remember last week, in fact, not just last week, but the week before, when I was hitting the replay, the replay was functioning well. Functioning is as good as it does, but after doing a couple of them, the XSplit broadcaster just totally locks up, and then I have to kill everything and restart it. And I said I was going to contact support because I think XSplit's support is excellent. So I typed in the chat to the guy, and he said, "Give me a screenshot of your settings and give me a screenshot of your advanced settings." And I did that, and he took 2 minutes, looked at it. He says, "Right, I want you to change one thing," and I can't remember what it was, but I did it, and he said, "Try that out. That should solve your problem." I mean, I don't muck about with any of the settings. The thing's automatically set anyway, but he told us to change one thing, so we'll see if that works. I'll test the replay and risk it. Well, Spectre Dawn has got a tough ass keyer. Now, he could take a risk to break the 4 out and still be on the 3. He was pretty much odds on to have a shot in the 3. But he's under a bit of pressure here to get started. Can't afford any unforced errors now. Well, I've got tomorrow, a short shift tomorrow. I've got Sunday. I've got Monday. In fact, I've got Monday, Tuesday, and then I'm off Wednesday, Thursday. Back in Friday, Saturday, and the Sunday next week, and then I'm off for a fortnight. That's my summer holidays. Well, not that I'm going anywhere. By the way, here's a question: has anybody played that God of War game that came out a couple of years ago? I downloaded it the other day. It's bloody gorgeous looking, by the way, and I've been playing it, and I am stuck at a bit where I can't. I'm totally stuck Now, I could easily go onto YouTube and find an answer to it, but it's doing my head in. It runs like a dream in my PC, so it does. Beautiful graphics, beautiful colours and landscapes and everything in it. Yeah, I usually see. The thing is, I've always, even when I was at school, I've always had. Well, and I'm talking when I was a kid. When me and my mother, my mum and my dad used to go on holiday, it would always be the first 2 weeks in July because that was a traditional local holiday. The week before it was the Glasgow Fair holiday, and then we had the Kilmarnock Fair. So I've always had the first 2 weeks in July off. Because I also have the car booked in. Well, I haven't booked it in yet, but it's to get its service and MOT, and that's going to be bad news because it ain't going to be cheap. So I'll get that to look forward to, and then I'll see a bit of Wimbledon as well, and then I used to go to when it was up in St Andrews, I would go to the Open Championship, but I ain't going anymore. That's me done with that. It's far too expensive. It could well be your last chance to see Tiger. His days are numbered. So, Spectre Don's got himself off the mark. Now this has got to be punched in nice and clean to get that angle to work for him, to get this cue ball out and across for the 6. Needs a nice, sharp, clean hit and need to get a hold of the cue ball. Oh, he's chickened out. He's going the other way. I thought he was going to jab it in and stun it across, but he's went in the gap. He just needs to make sure he doesn't run too far forward. That looks okay. Now he has to avoid the 9 ball. Now again, he could just cut this in and come inside the 9 ball between the 7 and the 9 as we look at it like that. Because if he tried it any other way, he could have run into the 9. So 5-1 to 1 pocket slim. And I'll do a quick, a shortened replay. Let's test it out and see what happens. That worked. Nothing's broke so far. Comfortable win for Larry against Christian. And Larry would have been given a stack of money balls away there to Christian, I would imagine. 7-1. That looks a pretty good result for Spectre Don. Well, he's going to try and jump it. And kept the cue ball on the table, but it's a chance for Spectre Don to get another one on the board, but he's got a problem with the 3 ball. 3 balls pretty much blocked into both pockets, you would have to say. I don't think there's much chance of it going in either of those pockets, so he's got to get top side of it. Do you think he can squeeze it back? Oh, aye, it does. He's got a good line. Well, this might be the start of the comeback, but I think he needs a break and run in the next rack as well to get himself back into it. And earlier on this afternoon, when I couldn't get into VP4, I sent a message to Steve on Facebook, no reply whatsoever. I then, this was on my phone obviously, and then so I decided, I'll give him a call. Bloody phone just kept ringing out. He didn't answer his bloody phone either. I wanted to find out whether he was awake and was aware of the situation, the fact that the bloody lobby wasn't working. Not a reply. Totally ignored us. Right, well here's the big problem coming up. This will be a good shot to get. I think he's going to leave the bedhead cut in the 5-ball, I would imagine. Yep. Now, if he can get it clean, he shouldn't have a problem. It's all about the pace in the cue ball. This needs to bounce. Now, I think if he cuts this, he may well clip the 9 and it could go funny or it could go perfect for him. And that'll do it. That's a quick way of getting the job done. The little billiard onto the 9. A lucky roll. And what the hell happened to... Well, I was looking at the chat there. What the hell happened to Spectre Dawn? I was convinced that was Spectre Dawn still at the table. All of a sudden it's 6-2 to Slim. What the hell did he miss? Anyway, it's Slim on the hill. Now, 4-ball into the same pocket. He's got a bit more angle than he would like. But the line he's got now... Now, what does he do here? Does he come around the corner and try and run past the 8? Or does he try and drop it dead weight in the short side of the 6? He's coming around the corner. It needs to keep running because it needs to open up the angle and open up the view of the 6-ball. And I think he's just got there and no more. Well, it's looking even more bleak for Spectre Dawn. And this match is over. And there's only, 2 results in so far. That's not looking good. Mind you, this match is fairly quick. It's only, 20 minutes or so. Just about 23 minutes for this match. Comfortable win for One Pocket Slim by 7 racks to 2. Now, we've got Bill and Jez Deb. Jez Deb getting 6 and out, and it's 6-5 to Bill at the moment. Larry, of course, went through earlier. He was given 6 and out to Christian. Stefan is 5-4 behind against John Boo. DJ Simon went through on the forfeit. LS3 and Tommy are tied up at 3 racks all. We've got Chimpy and Semi-Pro. Semi-Pro 6-2 up. The Slim result through, and it's 5-4 to Brainful out. So we're going to jump in and catch the remainder of this match between, who the hell was it? LS3 and Tommy. And it's now 4-3 to Tommy. And LS3 is getting the 8-ball. And that wasn't a particularly good save by Tommy. And there is the result come through. Semi-pro, a fairly comfortable win as well. 7 racks to 2 against Chimpy. Well, that 2 ball goes through the gap, I think. Or does it? Yeah, it just goes through the gap. Or is it going to go in the side? Well, it's thin. So again, it's all about judging the pace. And maybe that cue ball needed a wee bit of draw off it to avoid the collisions there. But I think LS3's just got enough of the 3 ball. And this cue ball with this line may well run into the 4. No, it's kicked to 8. And does it go into the side from there? Yes, it does. Well, she wasn't really doing an awful lot to try and maybe jab that in and hold the cue ball, but this will still cut, but it is tough. Cue ball will be going around behind the 8 ball and out into the table. Needs to get the pace in it though to get it running. No, it's caught at the short side. That'll do though. Just hold the cue ball, leave an angle. And just before the side pocket, well, again, she's left it way short. Mind you, she only needed the 8 ball, so forgot about the handicap straight away. And there's the result through with Bill. Bill has beaten Jesdev 7-5. This match all square. And I think that was dry. Dry, but no real shot for Tommy, although he can jump that 7. You just need to keep the shaft of the cue at a lower angle when you're playing the jump at this distance, because that has to lengthen how far the cue ball will fly, but Tommy doesn't fancy it. He's playing the push out, and he'll be back at the table in a minute, I think, because I think he's got LS3 hooked, so I don't know why she's not passed it. She has passed it back. I'm surprised he didn't risk the jump shot there, because it wasn't difficult to jump that. You just have to shallow the angle, lower the angle of the cue to get that cue ball to travel further in the air at a longer distance, so you jump over the 7. But I think Tommy's a bit like most of us, where, you know, if you don't play 9 ball as regular as some of these guys, then you don't get that practice with the jump cue. And I'm exactly the same as Tommy in that respect, that I wouldn't have a great deal of confidence in being able to execute it, but I certainly know that you could have jumped that. I think I might need to put my fan on, because I'm beginning to boil up here. And it's not as if we've had a heat wave or anything like that. So, we've got a fairly dead set 4-5 combo. LS3 trying to get out into a line. She's a wee bit short, but I still expect this to go in. Now, the one thing you have to do is you have to make sure you still have a shot in the 4. And that will do it. Well, there's 2 ways to do this one. You can chicken out and leave the cue ball up there, or you can fire it forward with a bit of right English and go 2-3 rails. That needs to go a bit more. It needs to keep running. And that's not a bad effort. It would have been better if it had got into the gap between the 7 and the 9, but Again, it's all about just controlling the pace, how far this cue ball's going to run up the table, and that looks good. And once again, the choice has to be made. You don't want to get into the cue ball too much. You could drag this cue ball into the side pocket, but you want to get up top side of the 8, and you don't want to get too far inside like that. Now, let's have a look, because see, now this has got to keep running. Oh, again, that's twice in a row. I forgot about the I forgot about the bloody handicap again. I need to drum that into me. LS3's getting the 8 ball. She doesn't need the 9 ball, but she does have a 5-4 lead, and I think it's dry again. Well, this table's sitting pretty good. 2 ball, drop it into the side pocket. Nothing to do to go onto the 3, and not a lot to do to go onto the 4 either, because it's open in the left hand side. 5 into the side pocket, and the 6 is adjacent. And well, Tommy, I presume he decided to play safe there. But he's left LS3 a shot, and that little billiard into the 8's done her no harm. Again, got to get into this cue ball. Well, she again taking the easier option, running in the top side. And she's now inside the 4 ball, which is good, because that means that the angle will take you out towards the 5. And if you keep running down, you're either going to end it up in the top pocket or into the side. So it's like a two-way shot. If you overhit it, you've got it up the top of the table, and you've got an easy 6 ball to get on. And you only need up to and including the 8 ball. So this is a crucial shot, getting nice on the 7. So LS3 1 away from round 2, and another result through. Final rack decider. Stefan wins it against John Boot. And this, well, the 1 ball looks as if it's tracking in. Oh no, just caught the knuckle. And it's dry again. And that shot that Tommy played, it's hard to work out whether he played a safety there or he just played a bad shot in the thin pot into the side pocket, but it cost him the frame, or the rack, I should say. And not much of an opportunity in doing an awful lot with this 3 ball other than having a go at the combo or trying to lock the cue ball onto the 9, which is fairly easy to do. Now, you could have LS3 in a lot of trouble here. Or is he lining up the attempted combo? And that's perfect. That was excellent. Let's try that. Wrong one. That's better. The replay seems to be working a bit better. So, Tommy back within 1, fighting for his life in this first round match. But LS3 is in with a chance to make sure the job gets done. Now this is tricky. You've got to avoid the scratch in the right side pocket and get this to go 2 rails, 1, and she's missed the 3. She got the She got the idea right and the shot right, but just missed the pot in the 3, because that ended up not too bad in the 4. But it's given Tommy a lifeline, which really he's got to find a way out here. He can't be giving LS3 another go at this. Good evening to Cobra. Now, this cue ball would do no harm if it just brushed into the 8, but if it brushes into it too soft, the 8 ball could be dead against the 7. And he's trying to hold for the 5. And I think it might have gone pear-shaped. Let's have a look. It certainly looks like it, apart from the fact that he's really awkward over the 7. And hopefully he's not trying to hit that cue in that amount there. That's going to miscue like that. I don't think he can get the edge of that, can he? Maybe he can. That is really, really awkward. Well, he needs that to slow down, and it hasn't. Well, LS3. Now, what do you do? If you try and go a couple of rails round this way, you're going to run into traffic. So it's loads of left English, missing the 9, and that's perfect. Well, Tommy has had his chance, and that was it. That was his last chance, because LS3 is going to get the job done. Just needs the 8 ball after this. Brainfill out wins a final rack decider as well against Travelling TT. And LS3 goes through by 7 racks to 5. Right, so again, quick reminder to any latecomers. We've got a snooker challenge match between Semi-Pro and MC Clarkey. Excuse me, over the World Championship final distance, race to 18. It'll be done over 4 sessions, starting Sunday night, round about, well, it says 6, but I think it'd be more nearer 7. 3 sessions of 8 frames and a final session of a possible 11. And I'll be live streaming it as well. If you miss it, you can watch it on the YouTube channel. Right, so on with the tournament. Let's have a quick look at the bracket and see how things are now shaping up. We've got Larry and Bill are underway. It's a scratch match in round 2. We've got Stefan and DJ Simon about to start. LS3 is now playing Semi-Pro, and One Pocket Slim is playing Brainfill out. So we're going to go in and watch Bill and Larry. The 2 ball looks as if it's tied up. Well, this is a possible billiard from the 2 onto the 3, and then you have to ride your luck that you'll still have a shot in the 3 on the 2 ball after this. Well, it could have rolled a bit nicer than that. And this cue ball, if it can miss the 4 ball, it could have the 4 ball back into this corner pocket where the cue ball is. And he's missed the 4. And now he can come back for the 5 ball into the right side pocket because the angle's perfect. Needs to bounce a wee bit. That'll do. Yeah, he needs to get as close as he dare to that 8 ball. And so he's got a nice angle just to come around 2 rails and back out for the 8. That's the thing I don't know, Cobra. No, I don't think anything's been decided in that yet. They'll probably work that out on Sunday. And Larry's a wee bit short. It's one of them you don't want. And he's got to jab into this cue ball here to get the pace into the cut. And he has to avoid the scratch. And he's got daylight. Oh, the cue ball was thinking of getting into the pocket, but it bumped into the 6, knocked it in. But one ball is dead on the rail. Now, there's a nice little place to tuck the cue ball away, but Larry's, I think he's just got it. Just got it. That was nice. In fact, that was excellent, because that's not far off being nailed to the 2. I'm trying to see where the line is to get to this one ball. And it might be just before the side pocket. It's got to be there, I think, to try and get that line into the gap to the 1, I think. But Bill doesn't like it. And he tried it another way. It wasn't easy, but I think the line was, I mean, to my eye, the line was before the side pocket to get into that gap. So Larry's got ball in hand, and he's trying to, I think, maybe leave the billiard again here. As he's trying to break them. Yes, he's trying to break them. Well, that's just bounced a wee bit more than he would have liked. And I think he's also hampered slightly. No, he's alright. Oh, I forgot to set my clock. I thought it was working. I forgot to start it. I'm only 45 minutes late. Well, Larry's looking good here. So he's either going to go below the 8 ball here. I think the angle's perfect just to go below the 8 ball and push it up into the top left-hand pocket. Now, I think he can just hold that. He can just hold it, kill it. Well, Bill's the man with work to do now. And as we saw earlier, Kro Dubrovnik, who signed up for the tournament, never showed up. So that's his 1 loss side match forfeit gone. And John Boo goes through. And meanwhile, Larry breaking off on rack number 6 with a 4-1 lead, and the 6 ball again into that top right-hand corner pocket. Not an ideal shot in the 1 though, but he could cut this one right up the table and knock the 5 in if he wants to risk it. It looks a bit dodgy though. In fact, it's really dodgy looking. He's gone for the draw onto the 7. He's banked a 1, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And now I think that 5 will go if he just cuts the 2 onto it. Oh no, I don't know what he tried there, but that wasn't it. That was way off the mark, whatever he tried. I mean, if he was trying to cut that 2 onto the 5, he was nowhere near it. And it's given Bill a lifeline to try and get back into this match. Oh, he doesn't want to be tracked near the side pocket. I think he's fine though. Now, is this going to give Bill a wee bit of momentum to get back into it? Well, a couple of balls into the top left-hand corner. I think it was the 8 ball was one of them. I don't know what the other one was. The two and the 8 have gone, and he's completely hooked in the 1. So Bill's looking to push. Now he's got to play this wisely because he doesn't want to leave Larry an opportunity to lock him up here. And with that 9 ball being in the right hand side, well, I think he'll be. I think Larry, I think, is reluctant to give this back because he knows that Bill will have a go at the pot, but Larry doesn't usually refuse these either. So he's going to go all out. Oh, it used all of the pocket. Well, the cue ball is going to be heading in the right direction, back off the top rail and maybe the side rail for this 4 ball in the middle of the table. Oh, again, he's concentrating in the line to hold for the 4 and he's forgotten about the 3. But I think he's got away with it because Bill can't get to the pot angle of the 3, I don't think. Another awkward one. These are not easy. And the next one isn't any easier. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward enough cut into the side. So this cue ball's going 1, 2, 3 rails over to the right hand side near the gap between the 9 and the 6. Well, Larry, maybe I didn't go behind the cue, and I think Larry maybe thought the scratch was on there, so that's why he tried to take evasive action. He certainly didn't want to run into the 7. But it looked from where I was sitting looking at that it would go 3 rails to get down to the right side of the 5. And Larry's just leaving himself a wee bit too much to do there. And Bill gets yet another lifeline. Well, this has got to come down the left-hand side, past the side pocket. It's just about there. By the way, did I tell you, was it I don't know whether I had the game last week, but did I tell any of you I was playing that Tour de France game? And I think after, I think I mentioned, if I didn't, maybe I thought I'd mentioned it, but after the very first time trial in the race, when the race started, I was 176th out of 176 because I was still trying to work out the controls and stuff like that, and also controlling the team. Well, the good news is that I'm up to round 7, I think it's 7 or 8, and I'm about third in my team in terms of positions, but I've got myself up to 23rd place. I'm King of the Mountains, by the way. I've got the polka dot jersey for King of the Mountains. And we're coming to the mountainous section of the race now. That's just to let you know the exciting things I do in my day off. So I've been playing that God of War, which is actually quite good, but it's a bit puzzling where I am at the moment. I'm totally befuddled. And I've been playing that Tour de France game. Now that was a nice little shot, just coming into the gap there to drop on behind that 7 ball. And Bill, if he gets his act together here, we'll be back all square. But Larry's let him into it because Larry's not been in the best of shape a lot of the times, and it's cost him. So we've a tied ball game, 4 racks all, scratch match, no handicap. And a dry break again. And we've still got the spinning ball. Well, again, it's a bedhead cut. No idea if you're going to have a half decent shot or anything in the 2 ball unless you try to do things with the cue ball, because the line the cue ball's going to take is not going to be ideally on the 2. Yeah, that was not easy. Now, Bill's got an even bigger problem because the cue ball is going to have to come right back off that 1. Try and miss the 2 and play the 2 like Larry was trying to do it. And then it's going to be a 3-8 combo. And nobody knows where the 3 ball's going to finish. It could end up tucked behind that 6 ball. So Bill's got to be careful here. I think he's got to make sure he hits this. Oh, he could hit it in a straight line. I thought that was going to squirt away. Now, can he get the cue ball out onto the 4? Or is he just going to play it dead weight? No, plenty of room. Well, Larry's been... Larry's just been leaving himself, as I said earlier, he's just been leaving himself a bit too much to do, and you just can't keep putting them away. Well, Spectre Don survived 1 match in the 1 loss side. He's beaten Travelling TT 4-2. And Bill, from 4-1 behind, or 4, well, at least 4, was it 4-1 or 4-2? But it's going to be 5-4 in a second for Bill. Good evening to Bedhead. You know something here, Pig? I was watching the match 5 minutes ago and I've totally forgotten. One Pocket Slim, who said earlier on tonight who's going to come second in the tournament. So Slim fancy win it. I'll say that again. He fancies winning it this week. Did he win it last week? Who won it last week? I watched last week's and I can't remember either. Oh, I'm muted. I must have hit the button accidentally. Yes, well, was I muted when I was saying about the challenge match? That's going to be round about 6 or 7 o'clock Sunday night. Race to 18 over 3 sessions of 8 and a final one of a possible 11 between Semi-Pro and MC Clarkey. Whether it's going to be for an amount of $E, nothing's been settled yet. We'll find that out nearer the time. So Larry's one away. He's got a ball. Now what's he going to try here? Now, I don't think it might do him any harm to actually kick this up and down and maybe try and, if he gets lucky, clip the one and maybe billiard the 9 in. You never know. You never know. Because looking at where these other balls are, I mean, I would have had a go. I would just have a go at this. Well, I think he was trying to nudge in behind the 9. I think I would have just had one of these hit and hope shots where you bank it up and down and try and just clip the 1 and chip the 9 and maybe get a lucky roll and fluke the 9. Because if you've seen the way I've been playing this game, that's the kind of type of thing I'd have been doing out of desperation because I can't bloody pot a ball. Well, Bill, last chance saloon to take this all the way. A little jabby one just to get that cue ball out into the table. And that's a jabby, it's what I call a jabby draw shot. You hit it with the pace, but the draw in the cue ball kills the pace on it. So it's a much more controlled shot. Now this is it. And we're going all the way, unless Bill has a catastrophe here. Christian wins a final rack decider against Jezdev in the one-loss side. So, Bill has the 5 ball on the break. He's not running for cover, he's going all out for the cut. And he's going to be digging out the jump stick. Now, I fully expect him to not only jump this, but pour it and also have a shot in the 3. Because the cut angle in this too means the cue ball's going to go the 2 rails. And it needs to hold up. And I don't think it has. And Larry lives again. Now, a quick look at the cribbage sign-ups in a minute. I haven't looked at them for a wee while, but I think there was only about 13 people in this thing. We're still, what, a fortnight away from it? At least a fortnight. Look at this little nudge in the 4. Oh, he's dead straight. Well, the only thing he can do here is hook himself behind the 8 ball. And he's going to hit it half ball. That'll do it. In fact, he's missed it completely. That's even better. Well, this is a wee tester. Cue ball's going to be on the 9. That's not a problem. It's just about dropping the 8 in. Played it well, and a little bit of drag off this as you just drop it in dead. That'll do it. So Bill had to work his way back in it, but he was ably assisted from Larry's generosity, and he's took the advantage of it. Bill wins the final rack and wins the match 7 racks to 6. Right, so that's what I was going to do. Let's have a quick look. Hang on a minute. We'll be back here in a second. A quick look at this Cribbage World Championship starting the 8th of July. And we've got, we'll still get the same amount as I looked at last time. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 in. So, and there's still, 50 open seats left in this tournament. Still plenty of time to get some practice in. Get yourself more tactically aware how to play it. Right, so let's see where we stand. We've got Bill through to round 3. We've got Stefan and DJ Simon at 4 racks all. We've got LS3 6-4 up against Semi-Pro. And we've got Slim 3-4 behind against Brain Pillout. So we are going to drop in and have a look at Stefan and DJ Simon. If we can get into the room, that is. Well, we just missed a scratch. Not a scratch, just a no ball hit. So ball in hand for Stefan. And this is a scratch match. I don't know why he was jacking up there. Well, I think Simon Well, if he bumps this 9, he's got really lucky. I mean, that was a roll and a half there. Bumping in behind the 9. But perfect on the 8 ball. Oh, that 3 ball did its best there to knock that cue ball in. But the break's dry, and there's no shot for Stefan. He's looking at the push out. Now again, not a great push out, other than the fact he's pushed the 8 towards the 9 and made that difficult, but he's left Simon a shot in the 1. And Simon refuses it for the better option of trying to lock Stefan up behind the 7, and it's not a bad effort. Now, of course, what Stefan doesn't want to do here is bump that 1 and break up the 8 and 9, which he hasn't done. Now, there's a perfect opportunity coming up in a minute here. If Simon can get the angle on this 4 ball, he can break out the 8 and 9 and still have a shot in the 5. But he hasn't gone far enough, I don't think. No, he has. He could have probably forced that. He could have probably forced it and still had the cut in the 5. So he's now got to look at another way of doing it. Now, with this one, you need a bit of left English on this to cut this, hit the rail and come in. Not risking it that time either. Of course, he was never guaranteed of a shot in the 7, but he's still got to do something about it. And that wasn't the time, but he's now fluked to 7. Now, can it? Well, I think he might just squeeze this past. And that is nailed to the 9, pretty much. Oh, the double kiss has not helped Stefan. And LS3 has taken out semi-pro, 7 racks to 5. And DJ Simon, is he about to take out Stefan? Simon 1 away. Ball in the break. And look at this 9 ball. I think he might be having a smack at this. No. No. He's thought wiser of it and he's played a pretty good safety. Now the gap's between the 2 and 3, so the line is there to hit the 1. Just needs a lucky roll. Simon was trying to be cheeky there. He was trying to get a little clip onto that 9. Get into it a wee bit too much. Almost squirted behind it and scratched. So, it's Stefan who's at the point of no return. Probably 2 rails. 1, 2, missed the 6. That's perfect. Perfect little line there off that 4 ball. Just to drop down onto the 6. Now, whatever that guy told me to fix, It's also fixed the pace and speed of my replays as well. I don't think I've ever had a failure yet where I've had an issue either with XSplit Gamecaster when I got it, or Broadcaster where I haven't contacted those guys at their helpline and they've helped every time. They come highly recommended to anybody who's thinking of doing any streaming. If you want to, you can download XSplit Gamecaster. It's not the version that I use, it's a much newer version. Although remember, I'm not using Gamecaster, I'm using Broadcaster at the moment. But Gamecaster's completely free, doesn't cost you anything. And you can experiment with doing some live streaming. Broadcaster's the sort of more professional version of it. Well, there's a mistake, and it may well be the last mistake of Stefan. If Simon could just clip this 6 ball in and get this cue ball over to the left somehow, but he's gone right. And just cut the 8 ball and get the cue ball over to the right side and leave the cut in the 9. Don't try and do anything spectacular, but he's hung up the 8. Well, Stefan, I think he'd packed his cue away there. He was already heading over to the 1 loss side. This could backfire on Simon, missing that 8 ball. Now, is this going to go all the way? Well, I don't think he'd any joy. No joy, but I don't think he's left anything. I think the 1 ball's blocked out. Simon lining up the jump stick. Nope, he's just playing the push out. Well, this again could be nailed to the 3 ball if Stefan's confident in playing it, but again, I think he can count himself fortunate that he didn't leave anything easier for Simon there, because that wasn't a very well executed lock up there from Stefan. Well, that's a good one. Simon's completely locked out in the 1. Now the line is there. I think you might need to put a bit of left on this if you're playing to the right side of the 5 to hold the line to get to the 1. See, Simon hasn't put any left on that at all. Now with that shot there, the line was there to get to the 1, but the line wasn't there if you're just playing it plain ball and hitting that line, because the tangent is whatever angle it goes onto that rail, it's going to come off that angle and go there. Simon needed to hit that, excuse me, he needed to hit the rail with left English. And what that does is, it checks the cue ball from going that line and brings the cue ball more to this line, which is the line you're hoping to get to hit the ball that you're trying to hit. And Simon didn't see that. But that's what you have to do. And Spectre Dawn is in a mean mood in the 1 loss side. It's a 4-0 win against Larry. So Larry's gone home for the night. And I think it all started going downhill for Larry when I joined the room against with him and Bill. And it just went further downhill when he went to the 1 loss side. Well, Stefan, I think he needed to get that cue ball moving there to have some sort of half decent shot in this 7. Because this is going to have to be dug out. What's he looking at? Cross bank. To me, it's got to be the cut up the table and across the table and back onto the 8 ball. He's drawn into this. I don't think he had much of an idea where he was going to put this 7 ball. In the end, he played a nothing shot. He had to go all out for the cut. I mean, you're at death's door here trying to survive. You can't just play a shot like that. And that is his last shot. So DJ Simon is going to edge through. No, he isn't. Commentator's curse. And Stefan survives again. And there's an awful lot of charity going on here tonight. We're going all the way. So Stefan to break. I'll have a quick drink. And I didn't hear anything go. Six and 7 locked up. They're going nowhere fast. And DJ Simon's idea of a safety shot wasn't very much in evidence there. Or evidence, I should say. And neither was that, because Stefan's hit that far too heavy. The 1 ball has gone safe. And he's left Simon the bank on the 1 ball. But he's not going to really have much of a shot on the 2. And that, has he got that tight enough? I don't think so. No, he hasn't. He's left it on. And Stefan. Well, let's have a look at this 6 ball. That 6 ball will go. This is Stefan's chance to steal this match here. But I think he's already got himself in trouble. He's hooked to the 3. Oh, he's fluked it. Oh no, he's scratched. Oh dear. Well, I don't think you're going to find yourself any luckier than that, Simon. Oh dear, Simon's fallen asleep. Forget it. He's completely taken his eye off the ball here. And what's more, he's tied up the 6 and 7. And 1 pocket slim marches on against Brain Fallout, 7 racks to 5. And neither of these players want to win this match. Simon, I think, is half asleep. He's like me on a Friday night, I think. He's ready for bed. And Stefan well, I thought Stefan had already fallen asleep. But he's got the little billiard off the 6 onto the 7. This has got to go in. But where's the 6 ball going to finish? How soft or how hard does he play this? Well, he's in good shape here. Now you just want to let this run. He's drawn into the cue ball. I don't know why. And in the end he overcut it, I think. Now Simon. Another lifeline. That's catching the knuckle, but it's going in. He's got to get it done this time.
But can't change the laws of physics.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
So, DJ Simon eventually falls over the line. Strange match that ended up being. Where are we? So, we've got Bill now about to play DJ Simon. We've got LS3 just started against One Pocket Slim. And on the one loss side, we've got John Boo playing semi-pro. Chimpy, no, that's wrong. Hang on a minute. Aye, Chimpy's about to start against Stefan. And Spectre Don's waiting on the result of that match. So we're going to jump in and watch the match between LS3 and One Pocket Slim. And LS3's getting the 7 ball. She's not getting 7 and out. She's just getting the 7 ball as her extra money ball. And immediately has a chance, albeit it's going a bit dodgy because it's a bit thin in this 5 ball. This needs to be cut in and dragged a wee bit here, I think. Does it? That'll hold, that'll do it. Now, the only thing you don't want to do here is scratch in the right side pocket. Because this is just like a plain ball shot. You just pot it and let the cue ball run and get the pace right. But you don't want to scratch. And she's just avoided it. Always a risky shot just to having to let that cue ball. You know it's going near that side pocket, but you know you've also just got to take that risk to get there. And she has done. And meanwhile, Semi-Pro also marches on with a comfortable straight run of 4 racks against John Boo. And meanwhile, another scratch. And LS3. Was that a scratch there? Or am I falling asleep? I'm reading results, I'm looking at the chat, and I'm trying to watch the game that's actually been played in front of me, and I'm half asleep. I don't know what's happening. Well, what is correct is that it's 1-0 to LS3. And Slim can pot the 2. Looking for a good line on this 4 ball. And that looks good enough to me just to roll this in and run down the right side of that 5 ball. I think he might need to stun it a wee bit. No, he's trying to be cute, and it could go ugly. He was trying to be cute, and what I said with that line that he had, he needed to stun that in to get the cue ball to go that way. He tried to be cute, and yeah, he didn't quite have enough, and that backfired. And Slimmy knows that he should have been better stunning that in. It was a more dangerous shot to have to stun it, but that was going to take him the right line to get good on the 5. He tried to get very, very tight onto that 5, didn't get there, and it's 2-0 to LS3, and I'll have a quick call.
Don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents.
Put 'em up! Put 'em up!
So, LS3 has a good opportunity here to inflict a wee bit more pain and damage on Slim. Now, can she avoid the 5 ball and just get the cue ball back into the table? That's the question here. And she's just avoided it. Now, the next one to ask is, can LS3 pot the 4 and get the cue ball out into the table to be able to see that 5 ball good enough that she can get around? See that? that isn't it, because you want to be able to get out here so that you can get that cue ball running to come around onto the 6, because it's not obviously going past the 9. But that'll do. Managed to get there. Now, once again, with this one, do you get ambitious or do you just draw off this 6 ball and finish near the right side pocket and leave the cut in the 7? Nope, she's trying to get ambitious. Didn't have to do that. But when it works out, it works out. Because it's just a roll into the middle pocket and you're straight on the 9. And it's 3-0. She doesn't need the 9 because we've got about handicap again. And the 7 ball is, again, very dangerous for one pocket slim. LS3 can easily get to the 7 ball if the balls are all there. And it's proven to be the case at the moment. Now, LS3 has come up dry on the break and Slim under pressure to get himself off and running here. And can he see enough of this too? Just enough. But I think he's got himself in trouble in the 3. He's hooked. Needs to get lucky. And that's going to catch the knuckle, is it? Well, this type of shot here, you're in a bit of a dilemma as to what you do with it. If you try and go left or right either way off this 3 ball, you could get yourself in trouble here. Well, the little kiss onto the 9 and a nice little cut on that 3 ball has given LS3 a shot in the 4. But once again, it's going to have to be dug into to try and avoid the scratch and hold for the 5. Well, Slim's been given his lifeline. LS3 was pretty much one shot away there from a 4-0 lead. Having to jack up in the cue ball to try and hold it to be able to see the next ball, and it just dropped into the side pocket. And Slim looking to get himself off the mark. Well, that's the hard part, getting one on the board. Now needing a break and a shot, or a ball and a shot I should say, and I didn't hear anything go. It's dry. Right, so looking at this table, you've got the 2 ball cut, the 3 ball into the side, the 4 ball into the top left, the 5 ball into the bottom right, and the important one is going to be from that 5 ball to the 6, because the 7 ball is adjacent. And remember, the 7 ball is all that LS3 needs to get to win this rack. So nothing to do with the 4, and the biggest shot of the rack is this 5 ball. And Stepan has gone through against Chimpy, 4 racks to 1. And this is dead straight, and this is a bit of a lottery now as to whether LS3 is going to be able to have some sort of shot in the 6. And that's a pretty good effort at the stun draw there. The only thing is the angle in the 6 ball's wrong. Now, do you go full tilt here and cut that 6 and let the cue ball run and hope you avoid the 9 ball if you're going to try it that way? Nope, she's going to try and hold it, and that's the danger. Is getting hooked behind 8, but she just got enough, I think. Yep. And it's 4-1. Well, I think that was what, the 8 ball that got dropped in there into the side. Yeah, the 8 ball's gone. Now, could be well, I was going to say a quick attempt at a 1-9 combo. It's not bad looking at this. It's not a bad line. Yeah, I just got it. I think there wasn't all that much room to manoeuvre there. And Slim is stuck dead straight behind the 1. So he can only go straight through and get the pace right. And that again is not a bad effort. Pretty much on the money. And once again, we always talk about angles. Every type of billiard game that you're ever going to play is all about angles. The angle in the 3 is perfect because the cue ball takes a natural path off that left side rail and back across to give you a sight in the 4 ball. And it's just a wee bit tight past that 9. Now, once again, anything but straight on this 6 ball. Any sort of angle and he's fine. And that isn't really great. He's pretty much straight on this 6. He's got to get into the cue ball. He's asking for trouble here. Yeah, he's having to juice it up big time. The big draw shot was always going to get him there, but you know, you've got to nail these power shots into these corner pockets. And you've got to nail them clean or they hang up. So Slim with 2 on the board now, and I think that's another dry one. Yep, nothing doing, and nothing doing for LS3 either. Just to push out. Now, if Slim is allowed to see, well, she's going to be put straight back in here. I mean, that I don't think there's much doubt about that. And LS3's like most of us needs to get a fair bit of practice in that jump stick. So that's given Slim ball in hand, and that's all come about from LS3's poor push out, leaving Slim no option but to put her back in because she left him hooked. Yeah, I'm going to have to get my fan on. Be back in a minute. Well, that's a bit better. Got a bit of circulation going now in the room. What temperature is it in here? It is 77 degrees Fahrenheit, right in front of my PC monitor at the moment. This is a wee bit tricky. And all of a sudden, Slim's breathing down LS3's neck. He's back to within one, but doesn't need a dry break. And that's exactly what he's getting. Yet another one. And this is finished. Again, 2 straight on this 2-ball. Oh, that little kiss on the 6 has done LS3 no harm at all. Now this is looking good for a run out here, because remember, and I've remembered this time, she only needs to the 7-ball. And she's overhit that by the country mile. The cue ball should never have been over there. And this has got to go 2 rails again. Back across for the 5. And that's hit the rail too soon. And what's Slim been left here? And the answer to that is not an awful lot. Now what's he looking at? The cross bank? Or trying to... You try to squeeze this in? Yeah, that was asking too much. That was way, way too tight, that. Well, that used all of the pocket. But it's gone in. So, there's a 2-rack gap again. And are we going to have another dry break? No, the 8-ball's tracking, but it didn't go. Oh, that cue ball had just gone around and kissed the one into play. 2-ball over the top pocket. 3-ball squeezes past the 4 on the right side, I think. Just. Now again, Slim has to make his mind up what he's trying to do here. Is he trying to come across twice, or is he trying to nudge the 5? Yeah, he was trying to nudge the 5. He's missed it. And now he's having to kick out. Well, LS3 has got to be one away from victory after this. These are crying out to be put away. Up to the 7 ball, that is. Nice angle in the 5. Cue ball has to be on the 6. And a little draw will do. She's played the stunt. The draw was just as safe. Well, Slim's now back against the wall. 6-3 down. LS3 breaking off in rack number 10. This time a ball has gone in. And not only that, she has a shot in the 1, but look at the mess we've got with the 7, the 8 and the 9. Now the 7 does go, I think. And even that's tight to get good. In fact, let's just be honest, the 7 really doesn't go because you're never going to get that good on it, I don't think. Welcome to semi-pro. Well, Slim's lifeline is going to be whether LS3 can find her way down to this 7 ball. The answer to that is no. Well, we know now that with ball in hand, Slim, I think, can pot the 7. And he can pot it up table, and he can stun off it, and I think he can pot the 8 as well. Now, he could leave a slight angle and just try and nudge the 8. But I think he's comfortable with the fact that if he pots the 7 and just stuns it in, he should still have a cut in the 8. He hasn't left himself an angle to open these up. So it's not only about potting this, it's just about holding the cue ball. And that'll do. Well, Slim was given that lifeline from LS3 scratch. He's back to within 2. And he's got a ball. And that 4 ball has just rolled out the way and left Slim a shot in the 1. Plus he can get onto the 2. And he shouldn't have any problem getting the 4 into the left side pocket, then the 5 into the bottom right corner pocket to follow. So these balls are sitting pretty good. The only major issue is the 7 ball. Because he has to get onto the 7 ball from the one side, the short side. Because the 7 does not pass the 9. I mean, when you look at it from there, yes, you could squeeze it in, you could cheat it off the rail, but are you going to get really good on that side of it? Well, looking at this, he might have no option. He's got way too much angle in this 6, and he's going to have to You're going to have to cut it in the side and maybe hope he gets a hit here. Yeah, again, asking too much. So now LS3 is going to have the same problem that Slim was trying to deal with. And that's pot this 6 and get somewhere on that 7. Now, if she can get as good as she's going to get, she'll be able to squeeze that 7 in for the match. And this will go. Just pocket pace, cheat the rail, and it will go in. And there you go. And so LS3 has sent Slim over to the one loss side by 7 racks to 3. And, I missed that result, or did I? Mr. Bill has beaten Simon 7 racks to 3. And we'll have an update now on the bracket. We see that now Bill is about to play LS3. And meanwhile, on the one loss side, we've got Stefan, who's playing Spectre Dawn. We'll jump in there because the winner of this match, the one loss side, is going to play One Pocket Slim, and the match is over because Spectre Dawn has just won it by 4 racks to 2. That was quick. Right, so now, the match that's going to hold up the tournament is this match with Christian and Brainfill out. They're at 2 racks all, and they're holding up two matches because Semi-Pro's waiting on the winner of it, and DJ Simon's waiting on the winner of that. So Simon's going to have a bit of a delay. And now Spectre Dawn is about to start with One Pocket Slim, and Bill and LS3 are about to get underway. So this match here is the one that's dragging on. So Christian is player 1 and he's getting a 7 ball. And this is finished fairly straight in a 3. Now that was well played. Nice firm stunt to get that cue ball running for that line onto the 4 ball. Well, all you need to do is just drop this in dead weight. Now with this one, if you get a wee bit of draw into it, try and get the cue ball back to the side pocket on that left side. Now you see he's overdone it. He's overdone it, and that's where you have to get practice with that stun draw. But it still will cut into the side. He's not trying to line up the combo, is he? Why is he not cutting it into the side? Well, he's got the combo. It's not the shot I would have played. I mean, the cut was on into the side pocket. But anyway, he went for it, he got it, he's through. So Brainful Out goes through on the one loss side by 4 racks to 2. And now, of course, Semi-Pro is about to play the winner of that match, Brainful Out, who's just going to go through. We will now, if I can get the bracket to stop bloody jiggling about, we'll head back into the hot seat match. The match between Bill and LS3. which looks as if it's no, sorry, I've read that wrong. I think LS3's getting a 6 ball this time. And LS3 is going to have to cut this into the side or bank it for the first rack. So, LS3 off the mark. Well, it's even less like reality, VP4, I have to say that. There's an awful lot of dry breaks. And that's completely opposite to that, to any tournament match you'll see on Sky Television or any streams that you'll see when these guys when the pros are playing 9-ball. There is not a plethora of dry breaks that you get in real life that you're getting to the extent in VP4. I think Steve might have to look at that at some point. He maybe have to look at bringing in the magic rack option as opposed to the standard racking. He might have to think about that and give people the choice as to how they want the rack to break. So ball in hand for Bill. LS3 missing the hit. Now he's looking to draw off the 2 and nudge into the 3 and 9 and hope he gets lucky. Well, he's missed the 2 though, but he has got lucky. LS3 can easily kick the 2 and also might get lucky if she can. Well, she's digging the jump stick out. I don't know why, because if you just put a bit of right spin and kick in behind the 2, you can push it back up the table and it might go in behind the 6 and 7. And that's left Bill an easy combo to get him started again. Just overjuiced it a wee bit too much there, Bill. He's gone square on this 4. It's thin. And if he doesn't get the pace sorted out in this shot here, he could end up hooked behind the 7 or 8. Well, he's got a line that's perfect. That was excellent. Oh, he's overcut it. He left himself a wee bit square in the 6. Has he got the second prize? Yes, he has. Well, this is asking for a scratch here if LS3 tries to hit that on the left side. If she hits the rail and hits the 6, it's asking to be scratched. Cue ball will hit the 6 off the rail and scratch. The safer shot is to kick it off the short rail and kick it up the table. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! That is a Larry Massey shot if ever you've seen one. That was perfectly executed. Shot of the night. Beautiful little shot. Of course, that was LS3's money ball as well for a 2-rack lead. LS3 says, delay while I kiss my picture of Larry. And LS3's in a rush of blood. Went for the 1-6 combo there. The thing is, with those little soft massey shots, you either get them spot on or nowhere near it. You know, you can never judge how the cue ball's going to bite. You just have to play it and hope you get the judgment right. And LS3 nailed it. And Bill, I don't know what Bill was trying there, but he certainly got a safety. Although I don't know that was what he was actually trying to do. And that's a good hit. This time though, Bill has a line to get the cue ball out into the table and over the left side, but he's ran into the 9. And again, I don't think he wanted that. Because whenever you're running into balls, you've no control over the situation really. You're just at the lap of the gods as to where the cue ball's going to finish and where the other object ball's going to go. And Bill's done a bit of that in his last couple of shots, and he's got away with it. This opportunity though, he's taken it so far, and he should be on the board. Well, this time we've had a ball and a break, but as usual, even with a ball and a break, Bill's got absolutely no shot other than the push out. Totally locked up in the 7. And LS3 could put him back in. I think she's come up with not a bad response. I mean, these are the type of shots that some guys will go for the cut up and down the table. And Bill's trying to duck for cover now. LS3 should have Bill in trouble here. There's 3 balls to hide this cue ball behind. But you've got to get it tight, because if you don't, Bill's jumping over him. And that's fairly tight. And Bill, again, still fancies his chances at getting over this. And not only that, he spotted it. This is why I'm saying, if you're going to play, try and get a lock up, you have to lock it up on that object ball, because if you don't and you leave 2-3 inches there, Bill's going to jump it pretty much every day of the week. And Spectre Dawn has put paid to Slim's pre-match confidence in winning this tournament this week. Spectre Dawn has taken him out 4 racks to 1. Inspector Don, of course, has been battling through that one loss side for most of the night. And he's still there. And the tournament now has just gone by 2 hours. And now we've got a little bit of a safety battle here because, of course, I mean, hitting the two, well, unbelievable that Bill managed to squeeze in the gap there and hit the 4 and completely missed the 2. But what I was about to say is that even the problem here was hitting that 2 ball. The other thing is that there's always that safety net of having the 5 and 8 locked up like that. And LS3 took a risk, potted the ball, ran the cue ball to get the split, and was hoping that she'd still have some sort of shot in the 4, which she has, but now has to be careful she doesn't hook herself behind the 6 when trying to get a shot in this 5. So the cue ball's got to run. It's got to run. Well, commentator saw it. LS3 is going to get one more practice shot at this jump stick to try and execute the jump and pot that 5. But she didn't get the line right, got the hit, and it's given Bill an opportunity to tie the match. She's got a dodgy 5 ball to start with. Good evening to Matt. Oh no, are you still there, Semi-Pro, or have you fallen asleep? Unlucky, Slim. I think Spectre Don's meaning business again in that one loss side. My voice is doing its best to hold itself together to see out the tournament. It didn't do that well last week. It was pretty much gone by the end of the night. Well, Matt's here. The two of you have the opportunity to settle exactly what's happening on Sunday night. Is it going to be 7 o'clock? And what's the little wager going to be if there is going to be one? You can get all that settled right now while the two of you are here. And the other thing is it going to be exclusively? Is it going to be exclusively live on VP4 TV? That is to say, is it going to be a locked room? And that way it forces anybody that wants to watch it to have to come to my channel. Because that's what the Bedhead One Pocket Slim match was. It was exclusive to VP4 TV. So 7 PM Sunday. Now, the other question is, are you going to have a mid-session interval after the first 4 frames? Oh, there was no any cut going anywhere. Where's this cue ball going? Where's it going? Well, it's going in the only place you could ever put the cue ball where you were not going to have a shot in this 9. This will be some cut. What a shot. Now that my replay's working perfectly again, let's have a look at that one. That was excellent. Well, LS3's dug out a couple of good shots tonight. None better than that little massage she had earlier on. Got herself more or less locked up in the 9, but managed to dig out a pretty tough cut for a 3-2 lead. Now remember, this is a hot seat match to see who gets into tonight's final. Three ball into the right side pocket. 4 ball is opening up to allow LS3 to see the 1. Now, can she stun across that gap between the 4 and the 7? I think she might get into that way too much. But I think it was all she could do to try and avoid that 7. But there is a thin cut in the 2. Very thin. I don't think that she can. I don't think she can get the hit on this 4 ball to pot it. Doesn't look like it. I'm not really sure what she had planned there. I mean, she might have been trying to kick onto the 4 and hoping it would nudge the 7 in, but well, it might have went in off the jaw. We're going to find out if Bill can hold his nerve. Well, Bill, I don't know what. Bill must not have been able to pot that with ball in hand. He's trying to lock up a safety there and he hasn't done it. He's let LS3 see the 4. And this time, she's not been so lucky. Well, that was weird from Bill there, because I'm pretty certain that if you had ball in hand, you should have been able to get a pot on that ball. But anyway, LS3's got a dodgy cut in the 5. Oh, where's the cue ball? It stays on the table. That's who we haven't heard tonight. Where is he?
Trouble?
Where's the cue ball going?
That's the one we haven't heard tonight. What a nice little cut there. And LS3's been digging out some shots tonight. She's now got a 4-2 lead. 5 ball on the break. And where's the cue ball finishing? Well, she's ducking for cover here, trying to get in behind the 7 and 9. And that will do. But once again, no doubt what Bill's going to be doing. He's looking for the thin edge of the 1 and hoping to get lucky that he'll be able to see the 2. Again, this is another testy one. Does he want to play the jump and try and keep the cue ball on the table at this distance? It's a race to 18. It's the World Snooker. That's a World Snooker semi-final distance. Race to 17 has to be a race to 18. Well, LS3's running away with this. It's 5-2, but once again. It was one of those slug breaks that Steve talks about where the balls don't really want to run. The power of the shot just gets killed in the pack. And LS3 scratched. And I suppose to LS3's advantage, the balls haven't really moved that far, so there's a lot of work to do here for Bill to try and find his way out here. He's going to jab the 2 in and try and hold a line to get the 3 up table. And he's just gone a wee bit too far. He's slightly offline. Now with this one, the problem is the angle he's got in the 4, because he's cutting the 4 and trying to hold the cue ball, which he has done. He's done that well. Now he could pot the 5 and just check this cue ball a wee bit, just to stop it from running in behind that 9 ball. Drop the 6 in, 7 into the side, but needs an angle. Now again, he could just roll through and leave the cut in the 8 ball. He doesn't need to risk doing anything fancy. Just roll it through and play the cut. Oh dear. Well, when you leave yourself one of those little testy angles one too many, then sooner or later you're going to run out of gas. And that's what's happened to Bill there. And meanwhile, Brainfill out has taken advantage of his handicap he was getting against Semi-Pro, and he wins by 4 racks to 2. Well, LS3's playing that break there with lots of draw on it. And the break has come up dry, and Bill has locked her up pretty much. Bill now, he's in no miss territory now, trailing by 6 racks to 2. Can't afford any unforced errors. So, Bill is going to be a long way back, but this is a start if he can get this rack home. And my voice is beginning to go. I need another drink. I think the vocal cords are drying out. I've got the fan on now to try and cool me down. Well, it's 1 back for Bill. He's still trailing by 3. And these balls need to start going in the break and opening up nice. Well, the 8 ball seriously thought about it, decided against it, but the 2 has done Bill a favour. It's gone in. He's got a shot in the 1. He can just roll it in and leave again. Well, he's ran the cue ball this time, but that spin has given him a better line if he can still see it. So he can again just roll through and play the combo. Now, this, I think the safest shot here is to run the 4 and run the cue ball. That way you're going through past the 6, and that was the right way to play it. Once again, the simple way is to just drop through with no pace whatsoever, like that, to give yourself as good a line as you can to drop the 5 into the side. Keep it simple. That's what it's about. Oh, you and I just read the chat there. A bedhead up for a rematch, I see. Well, it'll need to be something more. It'll need to be something a bit more exciting than one pocket. I know you say a rematch, but you know, you could call it a return match, but something else. So Bill back to within 2, and a ball in the break. 7 ball is gone, but no shot in the 1. Well, he had a good go at the 1-9, the 1, whatever the hell it was, 1-4 combo with the jump stick. But it's given LS3 her chance to finish this match. Now the 2 will squeeze in past the 9. The 3 ball goes up the rail. Must have an angle on the 3. Like that. And it could very well be a 5-9 combo for the match. Now the assumption is LS3's had a good look at that already and just wants to get this cue ball somewhere over on the left hand side to be able to play this 5-9 combo. And that pace that's on the cue ball, well, it's a wee bit short, but I would fully expect her to cut this 5 onto that rail and just chip the 9 in. That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. So it's job done for LS3. The little chip on the 5 onto the rail, onto the 9, and then it goes. And so LS3 is through to tonight's final. And she's been playing well. She's played some nice little shots, nice little tricky shots tonight. Holding it together so far. And now she can go and have a coffee break because all the action now is on the 1 loss side. Spectre Dawn is lying in wait for the winner of the 1 loss side match between DJ Simon and Brainfill out. And Bill himself can also go and have a break because he'll have maybe 20 minutes, half an hour or more before he's going to be playing his next match. So we will nip in, and we've got a scratch match between Brainfill out and DJ Simon. It's 1 rack all, and Brainfill out straight into the bank. But the cue ball's now dead on the 7. There's nothing more exciting. Well, I think smacking your thumb with a hammer would bring you more joy and excitement than sitting watching a 3-hour 1 pocket match in a race to 2. Oh, I'm glad that I've got my replay fixed. Whatever that guy told me to change has worked a treat. And my replay's now going at the right speed. Now, Simon can squeeze the 6 past the 9. Little nudge onto the 8's done him absolutely no harm. Look at semi-pro. He's already feeding. He's got the bait out, he's got the line out, trying to reel somebody in. You've got to remember, semi-pro, that the rating is limited for players in your team, your overall team rating, plus the fact that it's handicapped. So I presume that we're assuming that things will go to plan, but we're assuming that the first league will be a 9-ball league. That seems to be the most obvious. You already have Albie and Bill. Yeah, well, I would get that in writing before you start putting the flags out. I would have that set in stone, and I would have them sign a contract to the contrary that they have signed up to your team. Because no sooner could they say than they'll join your team than they'll dump you like a pile of bricks at the side of the road and head elsewhere. Well, the little 4-9 combo from Brainfill out squares the match. 2 racks all. Ball in the break. Now, does that 1 ball chip in? That looks really tight. I would say no, it doesn't. It's way too much in the point for my liking. Yeah. Where's the cue ball going?
Trouble with...
Where's the cue ball going?
Wrong button. Yeah, well, you're going to have a certain amount of subs in your team. So what you're really saying is that you didn't invite Stubb to your team, Semi. I sent an invite out for Stubb for the 3 ball, but I don't think Stubb's getting. He's either not getting his emails or he's just plain ignoring the invitations. I think it's the latter of the two. Now what's Brainful out up to here? Trying the billiard. I think he was trying a little billiard onto the 9 there as well. Didn't get it, but he's still nicely on this 4. Got to be on the 5 into the side. And got to be on the hill in about a minute's time. Well, he wanted to get... See that shot there, he wanted to get over here. So all he's doing is dropping the 5 in and he's on the 8. Now he's got a wee bit more work to do. Well, he's just left it simple enough. So, Brain fell out, 1 away with the break, but the break is dry, I think. And the cue ball has finished in no man's land on this 1 ball, so it's a little lock up. That's a better one. It's got to be as tight as that to prevent anybody jumping or having a go at a jump. You've got to get it as tight as that. Well, Brainful out is getting a lucky roll. Simon Hook, but he's out of the jump stick. Now, will this cue ball stay in the table? That's the question. Yes, it will. And he's going to have to dig it out again, I think. Unless he's trying to get a thin edge and come around the corner and avoid a scratch, which he has done. And he'll settle for that. That's a good outcome. Good distance, and he's got cover. Now, Brainful out's attempting the jump shot here. He has to have a lower trajectory or a lower angle on this cue ball in order to get distance. And this is pushing the boat out a bit, but he has got a lower angle. Yeah, he just caught the top of the 6. He almost got it, but just skimmed the top of the 6. Well, there's a strange name. Sunuka Esporte. Welcome to BP4 TV. Well, here's Brainful out's opportunity now. They're all there for the taking. Needs to get the cue ball off the top rail back into the table and up far enough to get nice on this 4, and that's nice enough. Nice angle. All you do is pot the 4 and get that cue ball over the left hand side. Nothing else to do. Oh, he's chickened out a bit there. He chickened out a bit. He needed to get further across. But now he's got to come in behind the 6 and miss the 8 ball and come out through the gap unless he starts doing something fancy with the cue ball. Just clipped to 8, but it's done him no harm. Now, once again, if you have a look at the shot, you're leaving yourself, you look at the 6, but you go round to look at the 7 to see what sort of line you're taking. Now, he's just going to have to either pinch a little bit of this I think he can go through and pinch a slight bit of it, like that. Oh, he's got the knuckle. Well, he's left a testy one down the rail. And not easy to hold that, but where's this 8-ball going? It's not going to get there. And Simon has another chance to take this all the way. Looks fairly straightforward, but he's running the cue ball a lot more than he probably needed to. But he's given himself a fair shot in the 9. And it goes. We're going all the way. Well, I think that's the 35th dry break we've seen tonight. This time it's another one from Simon. But look at the balls. First problem is potting the 1 and getting right into this cue ball. Well, once again, I haven't a clue what Brain Fell Out was attempting to do there. Obviously pot the 1. But he made absolutely no attempt to try and get the cue ball back down the table here for the 2, and he could pay the price big time here. That could be his last shot. I don't think Simon could believe that he was going to have a chance like this. So pot the 4, run across and come back behind the 5 into the same pocket. And a gentle little cut in just to try and stop the cue ball running back up the table too far. No problem with the 7 other than hooking yourself behind the 8 or the 9 somewhere, which is unlikely. Well, that might be about the strangest shot of the night there from Brain Fell Out in what he was trying to do with that 1 ball. But Simon has gone into that dangerous cut territory on this 8 ball. These are ugly. You don't want to leave it there. Now, with this cut angle, though, the cue ball has got to be on the 9. And that is perfect. Well, it was a costly mistake from Brain Fell Out. He played a half-hearted shot in the 1 ball, made no attempt to pot the 1 and get on the 2, and in the end played a nothing shot, and that was his last shot in the tournament tonight. DJ Simon goes through by the odd rack, 4 racks to 3. So now we've got DJ Simon lined up against Spectre Dawn. Now, of course, LS3 lies in wait in tonight's final. We've got this match with Simon and Spectre Dawn, and Simon's going to be getting a generous handicap here. So Spectre Dawn has got to be careful. And we're just in time for the lag. We've got DJ Simon at the bottom of the screen, Spectre Dawn at the top. And it looks, well, I was going to say it was looking close, but in the end, Spectre Dawn didn't have it nailed on the money, but it was a pretty good effort, and it gives him the break. And Simon is getting 7 and out, and that, believe me, is a very good handicap for Simon. That's if he can get a shot. Brain Fell Out. Now that you've arrived, good evening to Rob. Now that Brain Fell Out is here, And for the excuse me, and for the benefit of all our viewers, explain what you had in mind with that one ball shot that you played in that last rack, because that was your last shot of the match. Because I thought, well, he's going to try and pot the one, dig into the cue ball and get back up the table for the two. And then in the end, you did nothing at all. Apart from the fact that you never potted the one. So could you explain it to us? Because we're puzzled as to what you were actually thinking. And then after you do that, go and give yourself a slap around the head. Because it was a shot that cost you the match. Robert said, looks as if league won't last long. Why do you say that, Rob? It hasn't even started. Right, let me read Brainful Out's explanation. I was going for a snooker, if I remember correctly, but can't really remember now. Oh, you miscued, did you? Oh. Anyway, back to what Rob said. You certainly fudged the power. Back to what Rob said about looks as if league won't last long. Now, what makes you think that? Bear in mind, no leagues have started. And I'm just going to blow my nose. So Spectre Dawn off and running. And like I say, it doesn't matter what handicap you are getting. But if you can't get a shot, your handicap means absolutely nothing. And it puts even more emphasis on you getting any sort of chance if Spectre Dawn's going to give you a chance, because you simply have to put it away if you do. Well, Spectre Dawn, I think, was trying to come through to this right side here for the 3 into the side, but he fell short by quite a bit, and this is going into the top pocket, I think. Well, now Simon might have that chance, because Spectre Dawn's dug out a good shot to 3, but the cue ball's hidden itself behind the 7. Oh, and Spectre Dawn's got a good hit, and he's left it reasonably safe. Simon can go for the bank, but Simon also knows that if he doesn't get it, or he doesn't get cover, and that's not really great cover, because Spectre Dawn's going to jump this. And he'll be extremely unfortunate if he can't see the 5 ball once he pots this 4 into the side. He might be unlucky. He might be behind the 7. And Simon breathes again. Well, this might finish in no man's land. And again, Spectre Dawn's got away with it. He's left it really awkward. It cuts into the side. It's gone in. But the kiss in the 9 has left Simon again in no man's land. It's a tight squeeze past that 8 ball. If you got the line perfect, it would go in. Well, I think Simon was trying to give it the best chance he could to get it to go in, but he didn't quite have enough power, and it should be 2-0. Well, your chances are usually going to be few and far between against these top players, and the emphasis on taking your opportunity when you get it, no matter how tough it is so important. And Simon had one chance there. It wasn't an easy one. He just didn't have the legs on the 7 ball, and he finds himself 2-0 down. Spectre Dawn's broken off. He's got a couple of balls in the break. The 2 and the 7 have gone, but that wasn't the best of safeties. He hasn't got cover. He's given Simon a chance. And this simply has to go. He's got to get this done. Pace is good in the cue ball. Oh, he could have done Wigan across a bit further than that. And, yeah, he's undercut it. But has he got cover? Yes, he has. Now, does Spectre Dawn fancy jumping over the edge of this 6 at distance? It might be a bit too far. Or is he trying to get the thin edge of the 5 and duck back down in this corner? No, he's lining up the jump. So again, it's got to be the lower angle on the actual cue stick here to try and get that distance. This is touch and go. Well, he's decided against it. And I think he'll settle for that. But Simon's got to hit this with, well, I thought if he hit that with enough power, it would have went. So Simon's 7 ball has gone. So he's got to get the 5 and the 6. If he gets another chance, that is. That's a good safety. Simon is going to have to try something very similar. A feather's edge of this 5 ball. If he gets it too thick, well, he's gone all out for the cut. Oh, he's just not getting a roll of the ball to get an easier shot here. He's going to have to tuck away another tough one, whatever pocket he chooses. Looks as if he's going to the right side. Got to watch the cue ball though. And that's exactly why he had to watch the cue ball. It was always going to take that line towards the top left-hand corner. And that's another chance that Simon has had. Tough as they are, you've got to take them, because you won't get much more of an opportunity, and it's going to be 3-0. So Bill is lying in wait in the semi-final, waiting on the winner of this match. I think that's dry as well. Nope, something's gone in. Top left. It's the 5 ball that's gone. And wouldn't you know it, Spectre Dawn sitting nicely on the 1. 2's over the side pocket. And this match is over. Now, question is what he decides is the good way to get on this 3 so he can get good on that 4. Well, he's leaving the longer cut in this 3, but the cue ball's heading in the right direction, over the right side. But it's a tough 3 ball, not only to pot it, but controlling the cue ball off the 3. Oh, little kiss in the 7, again, hasn't done him any harm. Now, if he just drops this 4 ball in plain ball, he could run into the 8 ball and still be on the 6. He's checked it a lot to avoid that, and that's cost him the pot. That's why he's missed the 4. He put lots of left English on that. He sent the 4 ball offline. And in the end, he didn't get that great on the 6 anyway. But it's a lifeline for Simon, which simply must go. So he needs a 6 and a 7 to stay in the match. But again, he's just overhit it. And it's gone to that little dodgy angle that puts a doubt in your mind. And again, that's what happens. Well, this 7 ball couldn't have finished any more awkward. Look where it is. There's no way he's cutting that and staying in the table with the cue ball, I don't think. That's asking to scratch. He's just trying to roll onto it dead. And that's a good shot. But that's not so good. I think Spectre Dawn. Excuse me, I thought he had enough room there to try a cut. Well, the voice is in its last legs. Sooner or later, somebody's going to take a risk. Oh, the wrong tab. I've still got the other match up from the final. Yeah, I thought we'd go to an interval there until somebody played a shot, and eventually Simon ran out of patience. And Spectre Dawn is going to march on by 4 racks to 0. So we are 2 hours and 51 minutes into this week's Friday Night 9 ball. It's going a bit longer than last week. And this could very well be another hour, this tournament, or the best part of it. Because now we have the semi-final match, and it's going to be between Mr. Bill and Spectre Dawn, and probably a scratch match, I would guess. I don't think there'll be anything in it. And we're just waiting in the room going up. Spectre Dawn says sorry about the handicap. He was given the handicap to Simon. A wee bit of the cockiness in the response here, eh? So we're in the room. We're ready to lag off. It's Spectre Dawn at the bottom of the screen, Bill at the top, and Bill's lag is pretty nigh nailed it perfect. And Bill wins the lag. And it is a scratch match, no handicap. And
Where's the cue ball going?
we got that right this time. But the cue ball did stay in the table, as did every other ball. It's another dry one. Well, Spectadon was trying to tuck that one ball away there behind the rack of balls, but he hasn't got there. And well, Bill hasn't got that tight. And when you don't get them tight, as we all know with Bill will jump, as will Spectadon, and the outcome will generally be good. Because he's got the pot, he's got the cut in the two, he's got to go up and down the table and get back down here so he can see the three. And now, has that got enough legs on it? I don't think it has. And now he's in trouble. But once again, he's got a good hit and a good result. But he should be in trouble again in a second or two here if Bill can get the good edge on that three. It might be just, is there enough of that three showing? Yes, there is. And Spectadon can get distance on this three ball here. He's got to watch that 8 ball on the right hand side there, because this cue ball could very well be going on a line that's near the 8 ball. You know, that was the problem. But again, it's worked out in Spectadon's favour. There's a cigarette paper's edge of that 3 ball showing. And that 8 ball and 9 ball have worked against Bill this time. And Bill's now left Spectadon a shot in the 3. Now what does he do? I think the 4 goes. It does. Plenty of room. Get a bust through that gap. And he punched it into the rail first there. So that's the first, well, big mistake from Spectadon. But the emphasis again is on the opportunities when they come. And Bill has got an opportunity here, but he's got to deal with the 8 ball. The 8 ball blocked by the 9 up table. So he must get the top half of the table. Well, this looks perfect. As long as it doesn't lock onto the 9 like that. And all of a sudden, this is a testy little jab down the rail. Hampered over the 9, but in it goes, not a problem. So it's Bill that gets first blood, and Bill breaking off in rack number 2, and I'm going to have a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. And I'm back to see Spectre Dawn about to square the match by the look of it. Now the big question is whoever gets through this, the question is whether LS3 hasn't lost her mojo in the time that it's taken for these remaining matches to get played out in the one-loss side, because she's been sitting there, well, for the best part of an hour, waiting on the outcome of these matches to see who her opponent's going to be in the final. And let's hope she doesn't go off the boil because of it. Because no matter who she plays, she's going to be getting some sort of handicap. And as we've seen, she's more than good enough to get the use of it. So this match is all square. The push out played by Spectre Dawn. And Bill hasn't really got enough on that cue ball. I think that Spectre Dawn can get enough of the one to pot it. That's a good shot. A little nudge on the 6 and 5 or whatever it was there's a little bonus to hold for the 2, but 3 ball into the side I would think next. Oh, but you see, when you have to dig down and play those little controlled stun draw shots, you get them slightly offline, we know what happens. But it's given a chance for Bill that he might not have been expecting. And is he going to be able to take full advantage of it? Trying to hold for the 4. Trying to stop the cue ball leaking away. Now the remaining problem is how to get down, and he's ran into the 6, which wasn't in the plan, and that scuppered his chances straight away. He's gone all out for the cut, and he's going to have to go all out for the bank on the 7. Oh, he's got it, but once again the cue ball's leaked away. And like I said earlier on, sooner or later when you end up getting yourself continually out of shape, sooner or later you're going to run out of shots. Well, this is well into bedhead territory, this 9 ball. Watch the cue ball though. Well, he's checked the cue ball up, got the cut, and got it done. He had to work hard for it, but it's a 2-1 lead to Bill with the break. And it's another dry one. And the saving grace there for Bill is that although Spectre Dawn can see the 1, there's not an awful lot he can do with it. 5 blocking the line down the rail. So he's got to work out something that's going to be reasonably safe. Every ball is on. Well, I think he went all out for the 2-5, the 1-5 down the rail, but he's going to be in trouble again. Now, if that was really tight in the 3, and I think it's tight enough, it's cut off the line from the long rail in that far side. And although Spectre Dawn has got a legal hit, it's given Bill a slight chance, and the reason I say a slight chance is that with the movement in the bottom right there, the 3 ball's now blocked by the 5 into the corner. Now, has Bill gone? I think Bill's disconnected. The cue's disappeared. It looks like Bill has left the building. The old Wi-Fi has gone down. And this is another thing that lengthens the tournament when these type of things happen. Well, the message is going to come up soon enough, saying that Bill has gone, like that. Right, we're now back. Bill has returned. Now, that's a good shot. He's nudged the 5 out the way, because that was a problem. It was a blocker for the 3. Oh, this cue ball's leaking away. Just a wee bit too far. Now, the biggest problem now is potting the 3 and avoiding the 7, which I don't know whether he can. And look where the 4 ball is. It's up top side. And that's why Bill was trying some sort of miracle shot there. Where's this 3 ball going? But Spectre Dawn has a gap between the 9 and 7 on that right side there to get up for the 4. Oh, he's gone inside. He's got lucky there. He's thin clipped to 9 and it's put him spot on the 4. That wasn't probably his plan, but he'll take it. Oh dear.
Where's the cue ball going?
Well, what software are you using, Slim? Because if you're using anything, if you're using OBS, anything like that, you can put all of that stuff in, because it's just the same as XSplit Broadcaster, pretty much. OBS, Streamlabs stuff, yeah, you can put all of that stuff in. And there's literally hundreds of tutorial videos on YouTube for OBS. Hundreds of them. And it's the same with XSplit as well. There's loads of tutorial videos. I mean, if I can get XSplit Broadcaster to pretty much work, then anybody can. But as I say, XSplit Broadcaster is This is a premium version I paid for. I've got a lifetime subscription to it. And you get free customer support 24/7. And the support is very good, so it comes highly recommended as far as I'm concerned. It's been a good investment for me. But I mean, you always need a second monitor when you're streaming with any of that software. You must have a second monitor to make your life a lot easier. Well, this match is on a knife edge now. We're 2 racks all. We've got Spectre Don at the table, trying to get good on this 5 ball, and I don't think, is he there? Has he got there? Oh, he has. He's nailed it right in the spot. Played that perfect. Well, the first thing you do, Slim, is you don't do a stream. That's the first thing you don't do. When you've got it set up, and you put your, when you get into your shortcut keys, you have your shortcut key for recording, for just recording to your PC, and the stop recording if it's the same button or whatever. Once you've set them up, and you've got your mic set up, then what you should do is just do a quick recording, and you talk into your mic while you're recording, and then you play that back and listen to it yourself before you start streaming. Because when you're happy with what you're recording and your levels are good, then that should be then you set up to be able to stream. So I wouldn't just go straight into streaming. I would just set it up so that it's working and that you're happy that a recording is good. I don't know how the setup is on OBS for bitrate, but make sure if you've got a decent enough internet connection that your bitrate, if OBS doesn't set it automatically, make sure you set it high enough, because that way then your videos will play back better on whether it be YouTube or Twitch. Because you want to have enough information on the stream so that it's a good quality stream. Because if you remember a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 yous were telling me that it was a bit pixely on my stream. And I had done an update for XSplit, and I went in to look at my settings, and the bit rate had been defaulted down to a lower setting, so I upped it, because I've got a good enough internet connection that I can set it to a much higher bit rate, which I did. And consequently, as soon as I did that, my stream quality was far better. It wasn't as pixely or blocky, that you've not got enough information coming through in the stream to give a high quality picture. So there's those things to look at, but they're easily ironed out. If you then set up a channel on YouTube and Twitch, then you could look at Restream, which allows you to stream to both channels, like I'm doing. And you're now limited to 2. Well, that's Bill's last shot tonight. That scratch has given Spectre Dawn ball in hand to kill this match off and take him into yet another Friday night 9-ball final. And then, of course, Slim, then you can then apply for entry into the Discord VP4 TV commentary box. Right, so we've now got, if the voice will hold out, we've now got a Friday night 9-ball final, race to 9, between LS3 and Spectre Dawn, and it's an All England or an All UK final. And the room is up. No doubt LS3's in and keen to go. As I say, let's hope she can hold her form, because it's a tough ask against Spectre Dawn. Well, I'm thinking at what LS3 will be getting here. I'm thinking she'll be getting what? She could be getting a 7-ball again. I don't think she'll be getting, 7 and out or anything like that, but I think she'll be getting maybe the 7-ball. But, she has to get enough opportunities to get there. And that's the difficult thing about it. So we're just waiting on Spectre Dawn. I'll say that again. Spectre Dawn arriving, and then we will lag off.
Put 'em up! Put 'em up!
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach.
The trouble with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
Your assignment tonight is strategic. You can't give the enemy a break. Send them to hell.
So we've just lagged off. Spectre Dawn has won the lag in this race to 9 now. LS3's not getting a 7-ball, she's getting a 6-ball, which is very good. And Spectre Dawn has broke off. The 1-ball and the 4-ball have gone. And you can see the two, but as you can see, he's pretty straight, so he's trying to pinch a wee bit just to get that cue ball around the corner. Oh,
Where's the cue ball going?
Well, it stays in the table. And it's another blind pocket shot here for Spectre Dawn. But he generally always finds a way out. But there's a mistake. The commentator's curse. But look at where the 6 ball has gone. It's gone to an awkward spot. But I think LS3 is okay here. She's going to catch the knuckle of the point. And this for the first rack. And the mistake did come from Spectre Dawn, and it did cost. And that is a big bonus for LS3. It happened at the exact wrong time. You don't want to make that sort of mistake when it's right on your opponent's money ball. And no sooner have I said that, LS3's broke dry, and Spectre Dawn is sitting dead straight in the 1 ball. Absolutely straight. Nothing he could do other than make sure he just pots it and able to see the 2. Now, is he playing the billiard or is he playing the bank? Looks as if he's running for cover here. Yep, he's trying to get into the long grass, get some sort of cover in the 2. Which I don't think he has. I think there's enough room to see the 2. I don't know whether LS3 can get it thin enough though to get distance. And well, it's hampered over the 9. So, has to be a 3-5 combo to keep this visit going. And once again, it's whether the 3 ball is going to stay in play. That's the unanswered question, is whether Spectre Dawn will still have a shot. And there's exactly what I was talking about. 3 ball has gone pretty much dead, so again looking for a thin edge, trying to tuck it up the rail, I think. Or is he? Yeah, he is. And that's a good result. And the line is to the right side of the 6 ball, and it's a big target, that 3 ball, and there's a chance this might go in as well. Well, you've got to hit it harder than that though. But clearly that it looked to the right of the 6 ball, but LS3 didn't pick the line. And you would think that this match will be all square in a minute or 2. But, you know, that shot there from Spectre Dawn's a bit careless because he's way short in the 4 and Tyler the wrong side of the 4 ball here. So it just means there's more work to be done with the cue ball. And again, he's gone to that no man's land territory. Now, does he cut it onto the 7? No. He's looking at the pot in the 6, but he could be looking at a 2-in-1 shot here, pot the 6 and run into the 7 anyway. He's got to be careful he doesn't scratch doing that, but he's drawn away to make sure that he could not only get the pot, but control the cue ball. He drew it right into the rail, loads of drop, and nailed it perfectly. And again, he's just ran too far to the wrong side of the 8, but he's got all the room in the world. So we're tied up, 1 rack each. Race to 9. 3 ball goes in bottom left. Not the 2 ball, the cue ball up top of the table. And Spectre Dawn will jump the 6 to catch the edge of that 1 to pot it in the side. Now the question is how much of the 2 ball he takes with this and where it might end up. He's missed the 2 ball completely. Now again, these are not easy. If he pots it into this bottom left hand corner pocket, he's nudging over towards the 8 ball. So he's went to the right side to take that out of the equation. And again, that was an excellent shot. Now this is where LS3 just has to be patient, because racks are going to be like this if Spectre Dawn gets himself settled. See, again, this is slightly awkward, this 8 ball. Well, good evening to Potman. You're a bit late, but you're just in time for the final. And Spectre Dawn goes into the lead. And don't forget, Spectre Dawn has he's had to battle his way all the way through this one loss side. With a scratch and a break has given LS3 ball in hand. Now, remember that LS3's money ball is that 6 ball. Now, the best she might be getting out of this is a 6-9 combo. But look at where the 5 ball is. Now, the 5 goes past the 9. The question is whether LS3 tries to improve the situation with that 6 ball, because it's going to be very difficult to get good on it in such a way that you're going to be potting it into another pocket, rather than making a decision to try and get yourself good enough on it to play the combo. So we're about to find out. So she has to be fairly clear in her mind what she's about here. And that's not going to be any good, because now the 5's got to pass the 9, but where's the cue ball ending up? Got to get it out into the middle of the table. And that ain't it. Looks as if she's trying to cut onto the 9. There's a tall order, and that's a chance come and gone. So now the mini alarm bells are ringing because Spectre Dawn's now got that little bit of daylight. And now it's a question of whether he's going to be allowed to build on that. Which if he keeps potting balls, there's not an awful lot LS3 can do. Or it's whether LS3, if she gets opportunities, she's going to be holding herself together long enough to be able to take them. Now that 6 ball is very dangerous where it's sitting over the bottom right hand corner pocket. Spectre Dawn's break has given him the 2 ball. He's corner hooked in the 1. And he's looking at the push out. Now, I don't know whether he he tried to play the rail and cut that 6 in as part of the push out, but he hasn't potted the 6 and he hasn't got the 1 safe. So now LS3 is under a wee bit of pressure here, especially now that she's going to try and pot the 3 and get down onto this 4 ball at the top rail, which is no mean feat to get good on it. Oh, that 5 ball's going to block it. Yeah, the kiss in the 5 has killed it. And that's a good shot. Excellent little shot. Enough room just to squeeze the cue ball along the rail there. And so that 6 ball over the bottom right hand corner pocket was always going to be very handy and dangerous. Now what's LS3 done here? She's had a mouse fart. So she's taken her eye completely off the ball there. And that's a clever little shot by Spectre Dawn. Has LS3 locked up here, looking for a hit on that 1 ball at the head of the pack, but she's right at the back of the pack. Well, this looks as if it's going to be an easy 3 fill and out here for Spectre Dawn. Same again, in behind that 4 ball. Well, now LS3's got a good line off this long rail on the right hand side to clip the 1. But if she doesn't, the rack is gone. Well, that's a complete disaster. Got the hit and then scratches in the side pocket. So now it's a 4-2 lead for Spectre Dawn. He breaks off in rack number 7, and the 1 ball and the 8 ball have gone, and he's on the 2, and the 3 balls in the middle of the table, the 4's over the side pocket. The 5 now cleanly goes past the 6 because he's nudged the 6 out the way, and this rack is over. This is done and dusted. Mark it on the board. Now, while Spectre Dawn is running this table, let's just have a quick look at this reminder for you guys, any latecomers. As you know, the World Cribbage Championships are starting on Friday the 8th of July at 7 o'clock British Summer Time. There are 14 players in the tournament. It could do with a lot more. There's also a snooker challenge match, a race to 18 over 4 sessions with semi-pro and MC Clarkey, both from England. And that's going to be starting on Sunday night. I've got that about 6 o'clock. It's actually probably 7 o'clock on Sunday night. We'll have the first session of 8 frames in that match, so it will be live streamed. But if you can't get there, you can always watch it again later on YouTube. So, Spectre Dawn finishing off the inevitable in this rack for a 5-2 lead. And already it's a long way back for LS3, not only because our opportunities are going to be limited, but because she's already behind. The pressure's on to deliver each and every time you get an opportunity, should you get one. And that's why it's so difficult, regardless of what handicap you are given. But Spectre Dawn's break is like many of them tonight. We've seen a whole host of dry breaks we've had tonight. And I don't know whether LS3's got that tucked away. No, she hasn't. It's not got locked behind the 7. And the 1 is on. And Spectre Dawn is off and running again. And looking at the lay of these balls, it's another inevitability as to the outcome of this rack. And again, for anybody who joined late, my stream time is actually a lot longer than that. I set the clock 45 minutes after we'd started streaming. I forgot to start it, so this tournament's now been on for 3 hours and 37 minutes. But it won't be on for an awful lot longer if Spectre Dawn keeps up this pace. Well, again, across the table twice here would be the order of the day, just to go left, right and back over to the left. And that will do nicely. That's perfect. Just a roll in and a roll through at the bottom rail and back out. And it's 6-2. Well, LS3 chances are slim in digging out of this match, because she's going to need a lot of help now from Spectre Dawn, who has just potted the 2 ball in the break. He's got the 1 down the rail. And he's going to have an awkward 3 ball. Now he can try running down as close as he can towards this 9 ball and still have a shot in the 3 up table. And that's what he's tried. He's actually played it too well. He's obviously got a lot closer to the 9 than he would actually have liked, but I think he can get this pretty clean on the 3. Well, it's well past my bedtime. I'll be hitting the sack as soon as this is over. So, the same rule again. It's not just about potting the 6, it's about getting that cue ball out into the table on as good a line as you can in the 7, so it's dead easy to get onto the 8. And that line there's fine, albeit the cue ball's a bit closer to the rail than you would like, but the line that the cue ball's taken is always going to be off the rail and across for the 8. You can't change the laws of physics, Captain. The cue ball has to go that direction.
But can't change the laws of physics.
Now, if Scotty tells you that, then you know it's true. So, it's 7-2 to Spectre Dawn. I think LS3 needs all the help she can get.
Now remember, when things look bad, and it looks like you're not gonna make it, then you gotta get mean. I mean plumb mad dog mean.
I think she needs a wee bit more help than Clint can offer in advice. Well, the bank is on in the 1, but the cut isn't. Now, here's exactly the point I'm making. Here is an opportunity for LS3. No problem potting the 1. The problem is finding a gap somewhere to be able to see the 2. And that needs to brush past the 8, which it's just managed to do. So everything about this is going to be hard work because the 3 balls at the opposite end of the table again. And the 4, excuse me, 4 balls up top. So it's a tall order for LS3 to deliver in this rack. Bearing in mind she only has to get to the 6 ball, but suddenly the 6 ball seems very far away. It needs to keep running. It needs to keep going. I think it's almost there for a cut. But again, the cue ball is running up and down the table. It's all a bit pretty much hit and hope here that you're going to get half decent on this 5 ball. You've got to get the pace in it to make the cut. And, well, she would have had a shot in the 5 ball into the side. 7 ball makes it a bigger pocket, but she didn't get the most important part of the shot. She's missed the 4, hung it up, and that's a chance come and gone. Well, if he hits this hard enough, it's going to get off the 7. I don't think he's got any other option than going in off the 7. I think it has to be a little firm stun for it to do it, though. Yeah, well, I think pretty much every other day of the week that would have went in. So here's a gift for LS3 to at least get another rack in the board. So trailing before with the break. Ball goes in the break. Now I think it was the 9 ball, was it? No, it wasn't. What the hell went in? Shows you what my eyes are like at this time of night. The 5 ball has gone. Now, there is absolutely no reason the LS3 can't take this out to the 6 ball. 3 ball in the middle of the table. And that's... Well, it's not that great, simply because it's the wrong side of the 3. So, get this cue ball up table. And miss the 4. And again, that's left her in trouble. And she knows that this 4 ball has to go. It's a thin cut. Got to get the pace. And absolutely no clue she'll have a shot in the 6. But this looks good. Or is it going to nail it onto the 6? Well, again, this has got to be hit hard. Got to hit it hard for this 6 ball to move. And that is a cracking shot. And the replay is working perfectly. Watch this. Well, she had to nail that really hard to get the 6 ball moving. And, well, it's a rack in the board again. It's back to 3. And also a ball in the break. But I don't think any shot in the 1. Well, that's the right idea, but it needed a lot more pace than that on it. And that cue ball could have been down towards the 7 ball. And this is a big pocket where the 2 ball is. This is a bank every day of the week for Spectre Dawn. My voice is doing its best to crack up. I'm trying to hang on here, folks. Oh, that little nudge off the 2. That has worked out very nice. Now, does Spectre Dawn go across the table twice here? Because he's going to have to put a bit of stuff in the cue ball. Because he wants to finish on the short side of the 3 to be able to cut it. I don't believe he wants to finish on the left side of the 3 to try and play a combo. It's tight past the... In fact, it's too tight past the 9. So this is a tricky shot here for Spectre Dawn. He's going to have to work this cue ball big time if he's going to try and come across the table twice. Well, he has. He's missed the 7th, and that is perfect. Well, Spectre Dawn should be on the hill in about 45 seconds time. Now this 9 ball I think is nailed to the rail. So he's got to get right down on this. That's frozen to the rail, I think. And this has got to be hit flush to tuck it along that rail. And the outcome was inevitable. It is 8-4 to Spectre Dawn with the break in rack number 13. Breaking for the match. And it's yet another dry break, I think. And the 3 ball is trying to drill a hole into the bed of the table. And I don't think the LS3 is getting any joy here, because that 1 ball doesn't go, but she can duck her cover and try and tuck that 1 behind the 2. And that's a good shot. Good distance and good cover on the 1, but I think there is a feather edge of that 1 ball showing. Would you believe it? It was just the edge enough that Spectre Dawn needed to be able to pot it. Okay, I don't think he's got much of a roll here where he's finished. Well, he's got a good hit. Okay, it's not safe, but he knows LS3's coming to the table in last chance saloon territory, where she's got to take everything out up to that 6 ball. And this cue ball's running loose, I'm afraid. And she's going to have to do a recovery shot here, because that was overhit by quite a way. The cue ball leaked away behind the 5. And again, not getting a lot of practice with the jump stick. Hasn't been able to execute the jump shot. And she got herself immediately in trouble there. And Spectre Dawn's about to complete the formalities here tonight. And then I can get to bed. The only way this will go wrong is hooking himself behind the 9 if he doesn't get into this cue ball enough. Oh, he's managed to hold it off. Cue ball's leaking away, trying to get behind the 9, but he's managed to steer clear of it. Well, he can stun this in and miss the 8 ball. Oh, he's run into it. I don't think it'll do him much harm though. Can cut the 7, can back into the table, middle of the table, and leave the 8 into the top right hand corner pocket. Well, it's always the case. It's so tough to beat these guys. If you're needing more than 1 opportunity a rack to try and win a rack, then you're going to struggle, because you're generally not going to get many more than 1 opportunity, at best 2. And if you can't put them away, or you get yourself out of shape, you've only yourself to blame at the end of the day. So this, for yet another Friday night 9 ball for Spectre Dawn. And in it goes, and it's a 9 racks to 4 victory for Spectre Dawn. Well done to him. Well done to LS3, because he played pretty solid through most of the tourney. But this was 1 step too far. So with that, folks, I'm heading to bed. Thank you all for watching. Hope to see you again next week. Stay safe, take care, and remember, we've got that challenge match on Sunday. If you want to join us, by all means, you're more than welcome. So with that, I will bid you good night and take care, and we will see you again soon.
Good night, ladies.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else. No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else. No bar, no pinball machines, no bowling alleys, just pool. Nothing else.
Where's the cue ball going?